Welcome everyone. My name is Jeremy Jackson. This is Drip Made Live, the show where we live stream jewelry making and stone setting, and we talk about any other topic you want to talk about. So, thank you for joining us today. Check us out. We are on Rumble, X, YouTube, and Facebook right now. So, anywhere you're watching, you can probably find us there. So, thank you for joining us. I'm sorry we missed a stream yesterday. I was on diaper duty. Mama had a doctor's appointment, and we had a little guy time. So I'm gonna try to keep the same schedule, 2 to 7 most weekdays, unless there's some kind of interruption like yesterday. But look for a live stream, 2 to 7 weekdays, and on Saturday. We'll talk about those too. So today we are going to work on some diamond studs. We're going to work on some diamond dangles. We're going to work on a tanzanite oval, and then we might do some repair work. We've got a couple of bands we can split apart, and I can talk about how we would go about those. So I'm going to give a second here for anyone to join us. Let's see. Okay. You can chat live with me on any of those platforms, and I will answer any question that you might have regarding jewelry or any other topic live. I'll read your chat, and we can talk about it. Most of what I work on is going to be stone setting applications and few repair things, but I'll answer anything regarding jewelry and the process of making it, and any questions you might have about gemology, stones, diamonds, anything you want to ask. Okay, let's make sure we are live everywhere. Bear with me for just a moment, folks. I'm still new to this. Just want to make sure we have our technology is functioning correctly. That can be a challenge. All right. It looks like we are up. All right. So last week we upgraded the audio here. If you have any comments about that, let me know. I go back and watch a little bit of the stream afterward to see where we're at. It sounds like it's coming through better, but we still get a lot of noise with this microphone. So I'm going to be investing in an upgrade for that too. Something that's going to not pick up all the room noise all the time, like my heater, which I'm sure you can hear running right now. A little bit chilly day on the plains of Kansas. We're on the eastern side, so not quite the plains. It's a little more like farmland, woodland, that kind of area. Speaking of farmland, I had a quite interesting. Well, interesting. Alarming thing happened. I look out at my field and I see 4 of my sheep out there and all the girls. And I'm wondering where my ram went. So he's usually right behind him. He likes his ladies, so he follows behind him pretty close. So I looked around. I couldn't see him anywhere. Looked over at their loafing shed where they hang out, and where they have water and hay storage, and I see him kind of crouched down and rolling around on the ground. So I'm like, oh no, what's going on? So I make my way over there, and he had wrapped himself up in the twine that hold together one of my hay bales, like completely wrapped up. All 4 of his horns were bound. It was covered over his eyes and wrapped up in his legs. I don't know how he did it, but it couldn't have been very long, or a very very long for him to sit there, because I had seen him wandering around earlier in the day. But so I ran back to the shop, grabbed some scissors, I grabbed some snips, went out there and cut all the twine, and he was happy after that. And he really has been kind of docile, standoffish, but he was very glad to be freed from his little predicament. Anyway, little goings on the farm. So, you came here for jewelry? That's what we're going to do. So, let me show you what we're working on today. We have a pair of dangle settings. Let's go to our close-up. A pair of dangle settings. Whew, my throat is dry today. We're going to take these dangle settings and set some diamonds in them. So, little lever backs on them. These are pretty popular lever backs, but they are all in 14 karat white. And we're going to be setting some natural diamonds in there. These are G and H in color SI1s, so very pretty diamonds. Very few inclusions. Vast majority of them with an SI1 would be not visible to the naked eye. There might be one or two that you could see. Whoop. Be kind of hard to hang on to that. Alright. So we've got those going into the white gold dangle settings. We'll start there today. And set these guys aside. Oh! Found a replacement for our steamer, so we can get back to a fully functioning shop here. I don't have to leave everything halfway finished. This one is a little bit different. It's a boiler steamer, so it's actually got a tank there. I'm going to check on it right now. Make sure we are up to pressure. And it looks like we're good there. Good pressure coming out of that, which we like. You want to have a high pressure way to clean stones. It can take off some of the hard to remove like makeup and perfumes and things like that. After they sit for a little while on a stone, they can kind of coagulate, I like to say, and stick to the back of the stone. That can be in your rings, that can be in pendants, especially earrings. You know, you're spritzing on perfume all the time, and on the back of a stone, it'll collect together, and it can be kind of hard to get off just with a typical cleaning application. Even with the ultrasonic cleaner, that doesn't always remove everything from the stone. So what we do in the jewelry industry is we spray that with the high pressure steam. That does two things. It heats up the metal and the stone. Importantly, we're going to get, I'll tell you why we want to heat it up. It'll blast off any of that material. So we want to heat up the stone and the metal, because we want it to be close to a boiling temperature, so that as we take it away from the steam, all of that water vapor residue left over after you steam, which typically happens, will evaporate off and won't leave any kind of water spots. So you won't have water spots on your diamond or your rings or anything, and they are kind of noticeable when you do. But if you heat up that diamond hot enough, you heat up the metal with it hot enough, pull it away from the steam, everything evaporates. It's sterile, pretty much, and clean, and it only takes a minute in the steamer. So that's why we would that's why we rely on that. Now, when we do things like electroplating, we want our jewelry to be pristine, clean, like absolutely nothing on it, no contaminants whatsoever, because that can affect our plating process. If it has a little bit of dirt, a little bit of polishing compound, something like that on it, then that plating process won't work exactly the same as if it were perfectly clean. You might have a spot that doesn't get rhodiumed, or it can affect the whole process of rhodium plating. Okay. So there's my spiel. Got the steamer. So that lets us get back to work. All right. So we're gonna take a couple of things. We're gonna make some changes to them. So this is a wedding set. All we're gonna do. It looks like a 7-stone band, and then a princess basket, kind of a basket head setting. It is in platinum. I believe. Let's check. It feels like it's in platinum. Okay. Yep. Oh. Very nice stamp there. Okay. Here's something a lot of people may miss out on. Most jewelry has a stamp. Those stamps can vary. We can talk about the variety of them and how they're applied. This one is platinum, PLAT. You can sometimes see it like that. You can also see PT and then 900 or 950. That would be the percentage of metal out of 1,000. So 900 would be 90% platinum, and then the other will be either iridium or cobalt nickel. May just be cobalt. Either way. All right. So platinum we alloy with a couple of different metals. Most common is going to be iridium, and 10% of that would be iridium. That just makes it a little more functional for the jeweler, a little harder, and it functions a little better for stone setting. We have to adulterate the metals a little bit, or alloy the metals with something most of the time. You don't see a lot of 24 karat gold, which would be pure gold. Reason being is it's really soft, and a really soft metal makes it difficult to polish. You can't polish it quite as well because that metal just wants to blend and roll and gum up. So you can give it a light polish. It won't hold it very long, but it's also really, really, really malleable. So if you were to set a stone in 24 karat gold, that stone may will be more likely to come out because the prongs could bend away or anything. And like a 24 karat ring, you might be able to physically squish it with your fingers. And we don't want that. We want it a little bit harder. It'll last a lot longer. So that's why 14 karat and 18 karat are the common jewelry metals. You see a lot of 22 karat in jewelry from Southeast Asia and South Asia, but not as much in the United States. We have mostly 14 karat and 18 karat. Or those are the popular. I shouldn't say we have mostly anything. Those are the popular alloys to use. Now with platinum, you have either 900, platinum 900, platinum 950. That would be 90 and 95% platinum, respectively. So we're going to work on that platinum ring. That's going to be easy enough. We're going to split those. We're going to polish them, make them look good. We've also got our tanzanite, old tanzanite. We're going to do a little discussion about tanzanite here today because it's a really neat, really interesting stone, and I can bring you a lot of information about that. Here is what we're putting it in. We talked a little bit about it the last time, but we just didn't get to it. So, little bitty halo, and then in it, we're going to put this pretty purple tanzanite. Now, this would be a little bit more purple than blue. You'll typically see it more blue with tanzanite, like a dark deep blue with a little bit of a purple tone. This one's a little more purple with a hint of a blue tone. You can kind of see it flashing there at you. Okay, so we'll get to that pretty quickly. All right, give me just a second, folks. My throat is really dry. I'm going to take a short break, grab something to drink, and I'll be right back and we can get started. All right. Okay. Let us get started. So we're listening for the turkeys today too. They've been going home kind of early. It's nice and sunny today, so they may hang out with the chickens a little longer. But I have a feeling we'll hear some thumps on the top of the shop here in the next about an hour or so. So when they do, I'll have to take a break and get those girls home. So. Okay. Let's we are going to start with those earrings. I took this off just to put it right back on. Here we go. So we need a gray plate here. There we go. All right, we're going to heat that up. Just with our torch. Here, we can switch to this camera angle there. There we go. Don't want to get it too hot, where it starts to ignite like that. There we go. Some of that's the polish and other things. We're going to warm it up enough to kind of smooth it over. It'll stick to just about everything when it's that hot. Okay. We want to set these where we don't put any weird pressure on our lever backs. We don't want them in the way where we're going to bump them with tools or anything like that. So just going to kind of turn them out of the way. Now these settings have already been set with something once, it looks like. We might just be putting these stones back in. But that's okay, we can work with it. I'm going to push a little bit of that thermal-lock around. Okay. Let's take a look at our stones in place there. And see how these are going to fit. Not terribly well. We're going to have to make a little bit of an adjustment in the shape of those prongs. We might just be able to bring those in, but I do always make sure that I readdress the seats just to prevent any chance of chipping or breaking the stone. We want them to match as if they were cut for this stone in particular. This setting's going to be a little big for these stones, but that's okay. We'll make it work. The only downside of that is that once it is finished, if you're looking at that from the top down, you'll notice the ring of gold around the outside of the stone. Not really my preferred way, but like I said, we'll make it work. So first thing we're going to do is bring those prongs in just a hair so we can take a look at how the seats line up. Okay, let's get these guys. Alright, so I'm going to angle our prong in slightly. I'm going to do that with all of these. Now I don't want to bend the top of the prong yet, because it looks like they've already been bent back. We don't want to work white gold more than we have to. If you bend it once or twice, it's time to anneal it before you do anything else. That prevents prong snapping. So that other stone's going to need to come in a little bit. I know these don't really track the same with a lot of the stuff that I've been working on, where it's new pieces going into new settings, or new stones going into new settings. But this is something kind of typical in the or for a bench jeweler to have, where someone brings in, say, an old pair of earrings, and they say, I really want these new stones, let's put them into something new, or I want these stones and I want to put them in my earrings that I already have. So it's a good example of something like that. And it doesn't take very long for something like this to happen. We will go back and make sure that those seats are cut right. I think a lot of people with this job would just slap those stones in there, bend the prongs back over, and call it done. Well, okay. You may be taking some risks there, but you don't necessarily have to. And all it takes is a little bit of an adjustment to make sure they match. Alright. So let's see how those seats line up now. I'm going to bring those prongs in just a hair more. And then I'm going to retouch that seat. I want to allow plenty of room for that girdle. So very quickly. Use a 70-degree burr. Always helps to turn them on. And to start it. Okay. 1 second here. All right. Oh, Cat Jack 9 says, poor coconut. Yeah, Coconut is our ram. He's a very pretty boy. He's spotted ram with the 4 horns, big horns, and he's going to be a big boy too. Yeah. He looked so pitiful because it was like he was tied to a hay bale out there, and he couldn't move around. But you know, he's going to get himself into trouble with his attitude. He was out there. We have a post hole digger that's sitting sitting in the pasture with him, and he was out there trying to fight it with his horns, running at it. So, all right. Okay. Because it's a clear day, it looks like we've got better connection. So if you notice any or the stream dropping at all, let me know in chat. I can take a look at it. Our bit rate's good. So cool. All right, back to the jewelry. Alright, so I'm going to take my 70 degree, I'm going to go in here lightly just to clean up that seat a little bit. But need a little bit bigger one than that. I'm gonna keep it mainly jewelry talk today, but I did notice, or I did see something today that kind of made me shake my head. Our new Speaker of the House was giving an interview, press conference. He was answering questions about the release of the January 6th tapes. And he said that just a second. He said that they were going through a thorough process of blurring out the faces on those tapes and reviewing them, make sure that they were appropriately censored. And then he said he wanted to do that because it was going to protect those people from prosecution or persecution, in this case, by the DOJ. Well, yeah, that sounds like a nice move that he's making, a favor he's doing us, doing to those people that were there that day that didn't do anything wrong, to keep the DOJ from going after him. Well, and then you realize that the DOJ already has the uncensored tapes, so blurring out those images, blurring out those faces of people, or the pretext for doing that, is silly. Why would they need to? Or how would that be protecting a regular citizen from the DOJ? Because they've already reviewed those tapes, they've already prosecuted the people they're going to prosecute, and they're arresting more people. But no, that's going to be used to blur out the faces of confidential informants and undercover assets from our government. He said he was doing it to prevent retribution. Well, it's not preventing retribution for the average American citizen. It's preventing retribution for those people who are bad actors from our federal government. So it's essentially part of the cover-up. If you haven't called your representative about this, I would highly recommend you do it. There is no reason at all that they need to blur the faces of those people. Because we want transparency. We want the truth. Not this sham that they had a hearing about. Oddly enough, here's a interesting tidbit of information. The depositions from the January 6th hearings were destroyed. The transcripts were purportedly kept, but the video depositions were destroyed, which seems like an absolute miscarriage of justice for all of those people who are in jail right now, the political prisoners in jail right now for January 6th. I think if you're going to destroy the evidence, not allow people to see it, then all those people need to be released. I think we're generally moving in the direction of all of that truth coming out. I'm not holding my breath about it, but we're kind of headed that way. Okay, I've got those seats cleaned up. I want them. Now I'm going to take a little bit of polish. I'm going to polish these settings, prongs on the sides, and then I'll polish down in the setting. This is just a quick little job, just a warm-up. You might want to see what I'm working on here. Okay. Second end brush, go down into the center of it. Alright. I'm not saying anyone should like what happened that day, but all I want, ultimately, is for the evidence to be out there for anybody to see. And I think that should be the charge of our government in any situation like this. Not to curate the evidence, not to have hearings where they control one side or the other, but to put it all out there and let the public decide. And we thought we were getting that with the new Speaker of the House, but now it seems kind of like he's running interference for the people who might have abused that situation for power. And I think there were a lot of Republicans that may have been involved in that too. So I wonder how much he has our best interest in mind. Alright. Got those cleaned up. So we have some polish here. Now that I have a steamer up, what I'll do is just very briefly steam those off just to take away any of that debris. Let that dry, and then we'll get back to setting. While we do that, we can whoop. One second, folks. Got it's movement out. Alright, sorry about that. We are back to it. Okay. So we took off a little bit of that debris with the steamer. Didn't clean them up entirely, but we'll still be able to set those stones. What I'll do just to I'll take one of these end brushes and I'll basically sweep away that debris. Just to get it out of the seats. So we're not setting stones on top of polish. Alright. Okay. Since these are 4-prong settings, I think one thing... yeah, we'll just get them in here. Alright. Backs of the prongs. I like to hold one side firmly. You'll see on this side I've got the whole back of the prong supported, and on this side I'm bending just the end of that prong down. As I'm doing this, I'll orient the stone. You can do this part of it with any number of types of pliers. I like these little chain nose pliers for this in particular. You can use stone setting pliers, you can use parallel pliers. On little bitty settings like this, it doesn't make much of a difference. Okay, so here's a good example of when I might use what's called vector tightening. Vector tightening is tightening a stone. So I want these prongs to pinch this way together. Here, I'll demonstrate with the ends of 2 tweezers here. Alright, so I want these prongs to put pressure this way and hug the stone that way. But because it's white gold and it does have a little spring to it, I could bring those straight in, and what will happen is they'll push in and then they'll spring back out just a hair. And the same thing will happen on these ends. They'll push in and then spring back out just a hair. Well, that's not good if you're trying to get a stone tight. We want it so tight it won't move, it won't jiggle, it won't move, wiggle around. So what we're going to do is tighten it this way, and then this way, and this way. So we'll move the prongs in at a 45 degree angle toward the direction that we want to go, and then come at it. If we're looking at this prong right here, we're going to move it, shift it toward that prong, and we're going to shift it toward this prong, and it'll balance out to be moving in this way, but it'll also be a little bit more resistant to springing back because we've bent it in 2 separate directions instead of 1 direction. So I'll do a live demonstration of this right now. Oh man, we are getting deliveries today. Alright, so I'm going to take both of these prongs and I'm going to tighten them in. I'm going to spin that sucker around. I'm going to do the opposite 2 in the same direction. This just helps us keep it balanced and we know how much we're pushing each way. So that stone's already a lot tighter. Now we're going to grab these 2 and pull them back approximately the same amount. So now we've balanced our forces here, and boom, that stone is almost completely tight. What we'll do now is just make a few adjustments in level, and then we'll tighten it back up again. But we've got our prongs where we need them now. Oh, got a little wiggle there. Almost perfectly tight. That's the one. Alright, very tight, level in our basket. Prongs have enough room. I'm going to take this guy in just a hair. And I'll bring him down again. Alright. Little slip. Everything is a-okay. Okay, so we're going to do the same thing just to get it fully tight. I'm going to tighten opposite ends first. You'll see the stone kind of shift. And what we should be left with is a relatively tight stone. Just going to bring those prong tips down again. Last time I talked a little bit about the feel of a stone that's tight. You can physically feel just with the touch of a tool whether a stone is tight or not. You'll know one when it's tight, and by process of elimination, you'll get the idea of how it's supposed to feel when it isn't tight. When you find one that's loose, you immediately know it. Just in the feel of it. Talked about that on episode 9, so check it out. There we go, that guy's in. Took a little bit longer there than I wanted to, but let's get that other stone in. Okay. Okay, we're level. Okay. So now we're going to clean up those prongs and dress them up with cut burr. I'm going to follow the ends of those prongs back until they're uniform. I just realized what day it is. It is the 5th. That means on Thursday, got a local meeting of our ham radio club. I know that sounds ridiculous, but yeah, it's an it's a curious group of people, and that's why I like going to it. I guess they're just now getting back together. They stopped meeting over the COVID stuff, but now they're finally meeting again in person. And they are quite a group of characters. So I'm looking forward to that. Okay, I got those flattened off. I'm just going to round the front tips with the file just a little bit. And then I'm going to come back in and cover those down so they are fit for those stones. Taking off the corners of those prongs. All right. Let's get a cupper here of the right size. Yeah, we may already have one ready. Let's take a look at what this guy is. A little big. Let's see how that goes. Oops. That's not too bad. Just going to round it over on the top. I'm going to leave these a little bit more square just because of the shape of the prong. And because these already had a seat cut in them before, I'm not going to be too particular. Well, I don't want to take off any more metal than we have to because those prongs are already rounded over. There we go. All I'm doing is applying a little bit of a round shape to the top of that, and when we go to polish, it'll polish nice and smooth. Mainly just making sure they are uniform in shape. Okay. Those guys are set. We're going to take them out of the thermolock, get them cleaned up, then we'll apply a polish all the way around and those guys are done. We will have to reshape these lever backs. I guess sometimes when they are in shipping, they can get a little bent. So we want that lever back to fall right on top of the post. We'll do that after we take this out of the thermolock. Just a minor adjustment. All right. Okay, we'll take those over to the Sonic. Our Sonic, right here. I'm gonna put some acetone in a little beaker and set it in there. Let them vibrate for a second. That'll pretty quickly remove the thermal lock from the back of the piece. Keep an eye out for our turkeys while we're checking here. They should be about ready to come home. Alright. Alright, maybe a little noise from the ultrasonic there. Let's go to our tanzanite ring. Alright, we're going to switch gears here. Okay. Oops. There we go. I do love this inside ring holder, but it isn't the quickest to get things on and off of. They make a quick change version of this that goes on the Benchmate, and all it takes is a quick twist of a knob on one side, and you can tighten or loosen a piece, move it freely. Not so much luck on the mini bowl, just the way it's shaped. Okay, so little halo setting. It is 14 round stones that weigh a total of 0.14 carats, and then we've got a half carat tanzanite going in it. Now tanzanite, well, we'll talk about tanzanite in a second. All right. Rough on the inside. We'll clean all that up before we set the stone in. Let's just gently lay our stone on top. Really nice color on this. Okay, that looks like it'll fit really well. It does have kind of a thick girdle, but we're going to account for that with our seats. And it does look like the keel is off-center from on the stone. Let me hold it gently here and you can kind of see it's a little bit off-center. So we'll have to cut one side with seats that are a little bit steeper than the other side. Nothing too crazy. It looks like it's relatively well, I say that. I was going to say symmetrical. Yes, relatively symmetrical. Yep. So it should work pretty well. Hold on, folks. Bear with me for just a moment. Okay, sorry about all the breaks, folks. So, my camera system was screaming at me, and I look up, and in the in the driveway, I see what looks like a sheriff's vehicle, kind of burning up our driveway. And I was like, uh-oh, ran my mouth a little too much on stream. Maybe I should shut up. They're here to get me. They're going to take me away for talking about January 6th. Now, so I look a little closer and I poke my head out the shop. It was just a mail delivery vehicle that I've had never seen before, that kind of vaguely looked like one of the police vehicles. So anyway, one of these days I'm sure they'll come and get me, but not today. Not today. All right. Let's continue here. We're going to clean up the inside of this a little bit before we get started. Okay, tanzanite. That's where we were at. Tanzanite is a zoisite species. A zoisite is a more common stone, but it's not transparent. I scratch that. I think there's a colorless zoisite that is transparent. But tanzanite is only found in one place, and it's on near the border between, oh man, I think it's Kenya and Tanzania. And I could be making a terrible geographic mistake there, but I believe that's the case. So it's on one of Tanzania's borders, and it's this little strip of mountain ridge. On one side it's more savanna-like, and on the other it's more forested, rainforest. But only in this area is where tanzanite, the particular gem, is found. So once it was discovered, there was kind of a boom of people that went to mine it, and they used more traditional methods of mining, meaning they dug a hole straight down and then dug across on shelves, basically, to mine this material. But all done by hand. Now, tanzanite, when it comes out of the ground, does not have the blue and purple color that we're familiar with. It's kind of brown and kind of ugly. It doesn't look like an attractive gemstone. And you'd say, why? Well, why would anyone want that? Because all it takes is just, I think it's a few hours. They wrap those stones in foil and coat them in a couple of simple chemicals, nothing crazy, and bake them in a kiln, or even just throw them on a fire, I've seen, for a short amount of time. And when they pull them out, it is just this beautiful purple-blue color. So tanzanite was not a terribly popular stone. It was kind of an oddity, but became popular over the years, and now a couple of major, I think De Beers has a mine, and a couple of other major mining companies have mines there in on that little shelf, and they mine it industrially. So it's gotten cheaper over the years because of that, but the popularity has seemed to grow. There's a documentary, I believe. Oh, I don't think it's National Geographic. It might be. Where they take a look at the working conditions of these mines and let you see how all that process works. And if you ever run across it, it's worth checking out, because it's neat seeing where that comes from, but it also kind of puts a face to the human cost of doing something like that. In the areas that are mined traditionally by hand, essentially, there are a lot of injuries, a lot of fatalities. Not quite the safest place when you dig a hole straight down 300, 400, 500 feet, and you have to climb through it on ladders to get to the mine, and then you're mining with chisels and pneumatic hammers. Alright, so we've got this a little bit more cleaned up. I'm going to take a file down inside there and brighten up some of those areas. That will be visible. Okay, let's use an abrasive end brush here, or end tip. That's a good one. And we're just going to use this to, we need a little bit harder than that. We're just going to shine this up so we can clean it with polish. Oh, sounds like our earrings are all shook up. Shaking. One of the two. Alright. Back in the cleaner briefly just to get all the leftover debris. Okay, now we're going to start cutting our seats. We've got that cleaned up to the point where we can work with it. Okay. Like with most ovals, I will take a slightly larger .70-degree burr, one that matches the curve on the end of this. This one I think is going to be a hair big. Yep. That guy pretty much matches. I'll just open it up a little bit. So we're going to go straight into the pairs of prongs and just give them a notch in the direction of the seat. I'm just going to notch them. I'm not going to fully cut a seat yet. Same thing on this side. Make sure we're balanced. want to cut too far into that because we know the stone's a little small for the setting. Okay. So now we're going to get a visual on how tall we want those seats to be. One end, it's quite a bit thicker. Do that on this side. We don't have to go very deep with these. We want to retain as much of those prongs as possible to prevent the prongs becoming flimsy. And on this side that I cut to be a little thicker, I'm going to angle those bottom seats down just a hair. Because I know it's a little bit steeper over there. Right. Let's test fit it. I think this one's probably just going to drop right in, if I were to guess. Just based on the size here. Look at there. Like a glove. Maybe not. Alright. So we did a pretty good job of matching the height of the girdle. Need to bring those prongs in just a hair. Parallels. I don't want to push those too far over. Opening up just the tops. Alright, I like that. That's going to set really well. Just going to push that up and compare the shape of the seat here. Make sure we have enough height. Looks like we do. Same thing on this end. Cool. those. Okay. Alright, let's take a quick polish into those. Turn that around, opposite way. Make sure we get it nice and polished on the inside here. Because with colored stones, they tend to window, meaning you'll see through the stone into the setting on the back and under it, so we want to make sure those are all cleaned up and nice. Alright. Wheel brush. A little bit of polish. Get the sides of the prongs, and then we'll touch up all these little micro prongs here. Some of them look like they have some tool marks on them where they were set, so we want to clean those up, make sure they're bright little beads. Get both sides of those prongs. Not a very difficult setting, even though it's a colored stone. This one, little ovals tend to go relatively easily. Not as easy as a round, of course, but they're not. They are certainly not the most difficult setting. Okay, let's throw this in the cleaner, and then we'll set those stones, or that stone. And we'll take a look at what's next. Okay. Let's do one more little set of earrings, and then we will get to our repair pieces today. A couple of little, these are 4-prong studs. We're going to set some diamonds in them. These diamonds are nearly a carat apiece. 0.96 and 0.94. 1.9 carat total weight studs. I'm going to set them in here. These are, looks like iron quality. Camera's rocking. There we go. Very bright. Not a lot of inclusions. We'll take a look at those in the microscope here in a moment. Alright, we're going to use our pin vise. I think we'll do these individually. Set one and set the other. A lot of the times with studs, if I know I'm going to be working on a pair of them, I will put one in each end of the pin vise and do them both at the same time. Just saves a little bit of work, or a little bit of time, not really any effort. You already have your tools ready. You can flip from one to the other real easy. These are pretty close to being ready to set. They were already set before. We're going to put a new stone in there. Ooh wee. This would be the danger of using or reusing a setting. These prong tips are pretty worn down, so we're going to try to retain as much metal as possible as we push those down and just smooth them over on top of the stone. I don't think these are 90 corners. 5.27. Maybe they've got really thick crowns. 5.27 would be like a 70. I think. Let's get a scale out, Mike. Scratch that. These are I1 5.5 millimeter I to J color, so not the clearest color-wise, but still pretty stones. It's all a matter of looking at a stone and seeing if the inclusions get propagated throughout it, reflected across the back of the stone. These don't really look like they do, so not too bad. We're just going to pop these guys in there. I'm going to make some adjustments for the seats. We're going to pull those over. Not going to spend a lot of time on these. Let's clean them up. Oh. I hear my turkey girls. Sorry about all the breaks today. I'm going to go track these girls down, make sure they get home safe. Alright, I will be right back. Shouldn't be more than just a couple minutes, so stick with me. Sorry about all the delays, folks. we'll get back to it soon. Sorry about that, folks. I do love the turkeys, but they are a handful sometimes. It does make me feel good knowing that if they wanted to, they could fly and leave the property and go wherever they want, but they stick around because they like it. So, got them home safe. Mark them safe. So, just a little thing that makes me smile every day is taking them home, putting them to bed, and they're happy. You know, they go right to pecking at their treats, pecking at the water we put down. I checked on Coconut while I was out there. He seems to be doing okay. So, anybody that was worried. All right, let's get back to these earrings. We're gonna take a quick look. Go back in the microscope. There we go. Okay. Not a big fan of the way whoever did these seats before. So we're just going to trim them up, match them closer to the stones. I'm going to bring all these prongs in a little bit, and then we're going to cut a better seat. If you're joining me on Rumble, hey, throw questions in the chat. I'd love to answer them. I can answer all your jewelry questions, jewelry-related questions. So anything you want to ask, that's part of the purpose of my channel. I've said it every other stream, but I'll say it again on this one. I've got 3 goals here. Number 1 is to educate you about the jewelry process and let you see things that you probably wouldn't get to see in how jewelry is made. Number 2, I want to answer any questions you have regarding jewelry and the purchase of jewelry, the way stones are graded. I can answer any gemological question to the best of my ability. Any question about buying, say, a stone for a wedding ring. I can answer those questions too. And number 3, I want to entertain. So hopefully I can make it entertaining. I know it's it could be a little dry sometimes, but I'll do my best to keep it upbeat. All right. Now, one thing you could answer for me, if you're watching on any of the platforms, including Rumble, do you think this stream needs music? I've kind of gone back and forth about whether playing music while I'm working here would be a good thing. Now, I'd have to, of course, go with music that we can license. That's okay. There are a number of resources out there for that, but if you think it needs music, tell me in the chat. If you think, hey, it's okay, I don't mind listening to this idiot from Kansas yammer on and on about his turkeys and shake his fist angrily at the government. You know, we don't need music for this. Let me know in the chat too. So. All right. This stone has kind of a tall crown, slightly shallow pavilion, and that's based on the round brilliant cut, ideal cut. I can look at this and say, well, that crown's a little tall for ideal. Pavilion's a little shallow for ideal. The girdle is appropriately thick, maybe a hair on the thick side, but that's okay. This stone's going to weigh heavier, but it's a smaller diameter. Girdle gets a little thicker on one side than the other. That's something that we can account for. Let's I think I'm gonna put this one in that other setting. Let's take a look at the other stone real quick. Also tall crown in this one. This one has what we call a bruted girdle, B-R-U-T-E-D, bruted, meaning they kind of rough cut the girdle instead of faceting it. In comparison, we can look at this other stone and see that what they did was, with the diamond you can't polish a round surface well. You can rough cut a round surface like they did on the left one. On the right one, what they did was they put very tiny little facets all the way around the girdle. That just shines it up. It looks a lot better. Now, it doesn't really affect the way the stone looks from the top, or how light disperses compared to the bruted girdle. They are about the same proportions here. Let's go with the thinner one. I'm going to set in the one we just cut. Okay. going to pull the tips of those prongs back just a hair. We'll set that in there and take a good look at how it falls. I'm going to do it on the thicker of the prongs. My preference on something like this would be to just put it in a new mounting, but, you know, the customer's always right. They've asked us to use these, and so we will. Let that fall in there. Come on. Well, you can cooperate. There we go. Alright, just going to take a look at how that lines up and see if I need to make adjustments to our seat. As I bring the prongs in to match the stone, it looks like our seats will line up pretty well. I'm going to make 2 or 3 little adjustments. Cool. Let's polish the inside of this, and we'll get it done. Okay. Are we still going? Yes. Alright, pre-polish on the outside of these. We're going to put a few tool marks in. We'll do a final polish once the stones are in place, but I like to pre-polish them in the areas that we won't be able to reach as easily. Make these look very nice. Polishing the sides of the prongs real good. Okay, let's drop our stone in. Quickly, I'm going to run over to the steamer. Well, you can tell that thing is fresh. It's chemically smells coming out of there. That'll go away after a a few boils. All right. This time I'm going to use the parallels. First I'm going to bring the prongs in straight, just so the pavilion seats match up really well. Whoop. There we go. And now I'm going to use my channel lock setting pliers. I'm just going to fold those over. Whoop! If I can hold them right. Just going to lightly fold those tips over to meet the stone. These set really high. That's okay. That's how they want them. All right. I'm going to do a quick vector tightening. Trying to find a balance and level here so that all that looks natural and the stones are nice and tight. Okay, I am going to make sure that the stone is oriented, meaning the star facets are lined up with the prongs. I would never try to do what I just did with a colored stone, because you can chip up the girdle. Don't worry about it as much on a diamond. A little bit more resistant to pressure along the girdle. Now diamonds will break at certain angles easier than they will at others, but generally with the diamond you can be a little bit more aggressive with the pressure and the setting. Just going to try to get these prongs down. There we go. That's down. Stone is almost tight. Problem with doing these with kind of tall settings is it can be a little floppy. Okay, so now we're just going to make absolutely sure that our prongs are down on top of our stones. One thing we can use, I think we're pretty close to where we want it here. Let's take a file, round off the front of those prongs, and we're probably not going to polish them, or not going to cut burr them because they've been polished before. Got a little bit more worn down. So we are going to clean up the front of those and make them uniform. I'm shooting for them to be the same shape, even though they may have worn differently. This prong's got a little boo-boo on the back. Take out before we polish. Just round those over a little bit so they don't look quite so flat. Okay, now we can polish this guy and we can do the other one. The little waves and dips that can come from using a polishing brush. Try to stay out of the way on our close camera here. Just making sure our prongs are nice and clean. Okay, looking at it at the top, let's go across the front of all the prongs and make them look uniform. Come back the opposite direction. Right. We can throw this one in the cleaner and it is pretty much good to go. Quick polish on the rest. We'll get this ready to plate a little bit later on. Nice and clean and polished. And that one is just about ready. Okay, did we lose a stream? Oh. Sorry folks, technical difficulties here. We're going to get this figured out. Let's make sure we're getting live everywhere. Okay, YouTube is good. I got an email from the service I use to multi-stream saying that my stream is finished, and I know it's not finished. Maybe they thought it was finished. Okay. Maybe we've got this figured out. It looks like we're still up everywhere. Oh man. It worried me a little bit. Alright. Sorry if you're having no issues on your end. It just appears that they're on my end. Okay. Now, chats from Facebook do not come through, so... That's unusual. Okay. Well, we'll leave that for another day. All right. Let's continue. We're going to go back into our pin vise with the other side of our pair of studs. We'll take a good look at the setting, mounting, and make sure it matches. And stone wants to drop right in. We're going to bring those prongs in just a hair. using a 70-degree burr. Let's cut these seats a little bit better. And give the stone something to sit on. That is kind of my problem with the way a lot of older, older not as in age-wise, but older as in technique. Older jewelers set, they'll just open up the back, or open up the prong with something round, like a ball burr or a cylinder burr or a cross burr, and they'll drop a stone in there, pull those prongs over, and call it done. Well, that's not gonna stay tight. You're probably gonna have to come in and tighten it up on a regular basis, and when you do, you're taking a risk that you're overpressuring parts of the stone that won't really handle it. And instead of sitting on a seat, it sits on a ridge of metal. And that's just dangerous. Okay. Take a ball burr, clean up the inside. Yeah, that's a little strange. I don't know why Facebook chat isn't coming through. YouTube chat seems to come through pretty easy. Okay. Alright, there we go. We gave that stone something to sit on there. Now we can bring the prongs down to it, and we don't have to do a lot of fussing with it. I will be opening this prong up. Alright, let's get it polished. Just pre-polishing this. We're going to touch up those little nicks on the back where the prongs were pulled back. Once we go to put the final polish on it. Because we're about to put a few more tool marks in it. looking good. Just want to clean up one little spot on here, make sure the tops of these galleries are nice and shiny. Can't really get back in here and do much with them after the stone's in place. Alright. Let's blow the debris out. Alright. Now it's time to set the stone. Alright, so while this doesn't exactly touch yet, what I can see is I've cut the seat where as I bring this prong in, it should come up and match this angle pretty well. Done the same thing on this prong, it's pretty far open. As I bring it in to match, or to meet, it will match the pavilion of the stone pretty well. And then we'll bring the prong tips down on top of those. Chain nose pliers. Just my preference in this instance. I'm not going to fully set this yet. I'm just bringing the prongs in to meet the stone. I like how that sits in there. I can come in and bend the front edge of those prongs down, the leading edge, if you will. Okay, then I can grab it this way, and it shifts the stone around when I do this, but I'm also flushing up the top seat to the crown. This has kind of a tall crown, so we don't have very far to go, but we do want to make sure we make good contact all the way across, and we don't have any gaps. Kind of a vector tightening method here. We're going to look at the backs of the prongs and make sure that they remain straight. Looks like this prong's a little high. Yep. Most of what we're looking at here is just a factor of reusing a piece. If the customer didn't want us to use these, my best recommendation would be to go with a new mounting. Gosh, I can cut such a better seat for these. But give them what they want. Spin this stone around a little bit. It's got one high side, one low side. And there we go. I think we've matched our... Whoop, except for that one. That prong there. There we go. I contend that it would have even been faster to set had this been a new mounting instead of something getting reused. But my opinion. Give it a little shift. Same thing here. Little shift. And then we will turn the stone so the star facets line up with the prongs. There we go. Tight. Looks pretty good. A little bit of a gap in the top of around the prongs there, so I'm going to grab it with parallels. Hopefully you can see what I'm doing here. Oh, maybe not. There we go. I want to support that basket since it's kind of, it's just wire, so it's kind of flimsy. But I can bring those prongs all the way down on the stone. All right. I'm gonna try something different here. Not happy with one side of that. How do I want to approach that? I'm going to burnish that down. Just a little. No, that's not going to happen. Okay, so I'm going to take the ends of my chain nose pliers and grab that prong and give it a little side to side action. Much better. There we go. Just rocking it side to side. That way we're making full contact with the top of the stone. This guy is the only one that needs to go. Maybe that one. A little bit also. There we go. That looks good. Okay, take our file, round out these prongs. Going to retain as much metal as possible since it's already been set once. rounding off the front edge of that. So it looks uniform. Okay, I'm going to take a blue wheel and just very gently take off the areas on the back of the prongs where I give it a little stretch. And the blue wheel does a lot of work with just very little touch. Okay. Alright, let's give it a polish. And that's another set of stud stone. Alright. Front of the prongs. You don't have to worry about polishing over the diamond. You do with colored stones. It's science. That would be the Mohs hardness scale. It tells us that diamond is a number 10 on, or a 10 on the Mohs hardness scale. It is the hardest known element, or not element, but material. In jewelry, we work on things down to, say, a 5.5 or a 5. When you get below that, it's really easy to scratch stones. You do have things like fluorite at a 3, don't quote me on that. That gets set. One of my thumbnails this week was, or last week was a really beautiful blue and purple fluorite. I thought that was really cool, so I used it as the thumbnail for the video. But yeah, setting a fluorite, that can be a challenge because it's a really soft stone. even your fingernails can scratch certain stones. I don't know about fluorite. I think your fingernails are like a 3.5 on the Mohs hardness scale. MOHS, not MOE, like Moe's Tavern, yeah, from The Simpsons. So there have been stories in history of. I think I remember reading this in a book. I think it was a fiction, but it talks about it's probably some kind of horror something where you go into a room and on this concrete wall it's got scratches where they dug their fingernails into it so hard. Well, that doesn't quite jive. If anyone ever represents to you that someone put scratches in concrete with their fingernails, they're pulling your leg, because a Mohs hardness of 3 with your fingernails is not going to scratch a Mohs hardness of 5, 6, or even 7 on concrete, depending on the material. So. So that would be bad writing on somebody's part if they talked about scratches on the sides of a concrete wall in a horror movie. Even bone, I think, is like a 4 or a 5. So. Silly Hollywood games. Okay, it's pretty well polished. Pretty happy with the outcome there. I'll call those done. Let's get back to our tanzanite. Little tanzanite ring here. I've got the seats pretty well cut. I've got them polished. Now it's time to set. Alright. The inside's polished, we've got our seats ready. We'll be careful with tanzanite not to put too much pressure on it. Let's see, tanzanite. I'm going to consult our chart for tanzanite real quick. Yep, tanzanite comes in at about a 6.5 to 7 on the Mohs. So a hard stone, but not a tough stone. Hardness and toughness are two very different things. A piece of jade is not hard, but it is extraordinarily tough. Incredibly tough. One example that our gemology professor used to talk about was when one of the other professors was there. He had a ball of jade that was about the size of a softball. I mean, that's a lot of jade. That's a big piece. Now, I don't know if it was nephrite or oh my gosh, can't remember the other other jade type. What is it? Ah, someone in chat could tell me. I bet. Anyway, but they would talk about taking this big piece of nephrite and throwing it up against jade, and throwing it up against a wall, a concrete wall, and it'd just bounce right off. Wouldn't hurt that at all. Wouldn't break, wouldn't crack. Well, jade's an extraordinarily tough material, but you can scratch it sort of easily. In this case, with our tanzanite here, it's not a, or it's a more scratch resistant material, but it would be less tough, meaning it couldn't take any kind of abuse or pressure. Alright, got our stone in place. Let's bring our prongs in gently. And do the opposite side real quick. They're kind of thin for prongs on a center stone, but we'll make them work. Okay, don't want to put a lot of pressure on it. Just going to bring the prong tips over so that our stone is tight. Going to use our parallels. Going to bring the top seat down on top of the stone. Same thing here. Not a lot of pressure there. Just bringing the top seat down. Same thing here. Okay. Let's check our level. Pretty much spot on. Okay. I'm going to zoom in here and make sure that our seats are down all the way on top of the stones. Or on top of the stone. Looks good. This guy needs a little adjustment. So anyway, diamond would be the hardest material, but not the toughest. You can break it. And I can attest to that. I have broken quite a few diamonds. Never big ones, but little guys like this, if you, for example, were using a beating tool, and you were pushing this down, and the corner of my beating tool ran across the edge, right here, of the girdle of these melee diamonds, I might put a little chip in that accidentally. And I'd have to take that stone out and put another one back in. one of these days we'll do some melee setting, and I can show you the goods and the bads about it, about how we do different things. Okay, feel good about that. Let's take the tips off of these prongs. We're gonna saw a little bit off, and then we'll do the rest with the sanding disc. Well, those are very small prongs. I don't know if I'm gonna saw them. Let's see. I don't want to risk bending them as I saw them. I need to use a smaller blade. Let's do that. Okay. Not that much smaller blade, but just going to cut the very tips off of this. Okay, after this we're going to do a little work with some platinum rings. We're going to split a wedding set and then refurbish it. Platinum is a different kind of beast, so we can talk a lot about how that works. There are some extra challenges with platinum versus gold, mostly in terms of polishing. Okay. Let's okay. Got a brand new tool here we're going to utilize. This is a snap disc mandrel. I've used these before. They can be a pain in the ass, but they're really useful for these little. Maybe you guys would want to see what I'm talking about here. They're really useful for these discs. I can just. Whoop, snap them right on, and they hold really well. Don't know what happened to mine. Alright. Okay, we're going to be really careful to stay off the tanzanite, since it is kind of a soft stone. Just take these down here. Not going to go all the way down to the table in this case because it is kind of a shallow stone, or shallow on the crown. All right. Just taking the leading edge off of these prongs with the file, making sure I don't touch the stone. This will just make it easier to get on there with the cut burr. Very gently with the file here. Okay. Now a cut burr of the right size. We should be pretty close to being finished. It's going to be a little big. That one's also a little big. That one is just the right size, but we are so worn down, I don't think I want to use it. Okay. Okay. A set of cut burrs here. We're going to see if we have the right one. Perfect. Let's go a step smaller and see if that's better. I think that's going to be our winner. Now these should cut really well being brand new. We're going to take it kind of slow. We don't want the edge of the cut burr to touch the stone if we can avoid it. Just a little touch usually doesn't result in any damage, but we want to make sure we don't chip up. There are some facet junctions that line up with the prongs sometimes, and if you catch the tops of those, you can put a little ding in the facet junctions. I want that stone to be as pristine as it was when it came to me. There we go. Yep, these cut really fast, so I gotta be really careful not to overdo it. Looks good. Just barely running this burr. With these, you do not have to run them fast. If you run them fast, you're going to burn them up really fast, really quick. You're going to make them not sharp. And a not sharp cut burr can become a dangerous one. So that means you're going to have to put more pressure on it to get it to cut. And that can run the risk of bending your prong or having a slip, breaking your stone. Okay, I think I got all those rounded off really nicely. I'm going to take a very sharp graver and I'm going to come in here and drag it across the front of the prong. Make sure we knock off any of the extra metal. Oh, that one can use a little bit of a cleanup. And round it off so it looks like a little cannonball. Same thing here. And round off that edge we didn't hit as hard. Okay. I'm going to take it out of our inside ring holder here, polish the prongs, polish the shank, and we'll throw it in the cleaner to plate. And this one will be done. Just a little wheel brush and some polish. I think I want my littlest wheel brush. Let's get a couple more of these. Staying off the stone if I can avoid it. All right. All right. Switch to a slightly larger one. And we'll do the front of the prongs real quick. Stay off those facets if I can. Okay. Really quick, I'm going to go around and polish the halo. Let's get a new wheel brush here. Good problem, or good brush. All right, polishing the halo. And the basket. Touching up the polish on the shank. It came to me polished, but you know, sometimes in handling it we can put a few little dings and dents in it, and also holding it in place with the inside ring holder we can do the same thing. So we're just going to polish that up, and we're also going to take the rhodium plating that's already there off and reapply a fresh rhodium plating to it. When you polish over something that's been rhodium, sometimes it can look a little pitty. If it does, it's important to polish it fully, get down past those pits in the rhodium before you put rhodium back on it, or it's just going to show those even more when you rhodium it again. Make sure we get both sides of this. Polish the inside well. A couple little dings in here that we're going to take off with our wheel brush. Something we don't want the customer to ever have to see. that's cleaned up. And take kind of a soft muslin. That guy there should do it. Soft muslin wheel. And we're going to clean up the rest of the ring. I would take this to the larger wheel, but I think this will be plenty. Polish that up real fine, take the rhodium off, and we can reapply it. Alright. Other side real quick. I got a phone call from another jeweler the other day. I had been by his shop and talked to his wife, who I guess manages his shop. And he called me and he told me that he's got a whole bunch of equipment that he bought from a jewelry school years ago. So that's a positive for me. He's a real nice guy. Doesn't live but 20 miles away, or his shop is 20 miles away, and it just so turns out he has a whole bunch of casting equipment and production equipment for doing things like wax molds and rubber molds to make or to inject waxes. Wax injection is kind of a thing in when you get to production levels, but he's got quite the if I can make a good connection there. He's been doing it he's been a jeweler for 40 years, and I guess he's probably on the verge of retiring now. That shouldn't shock anyone. That seems to be the state of just about every jeweler in the country right now. Not a lot of young folk going into the industry, and a whole lot of people who are looking to retire in the very near future. So things are kind of getting shaken up. In the jewelry world, as far as a lot of smaller stores having trouble hiring people, having trouble finding talent, really. I think that's a factor of the graying of the industry right now. Like I said, a lot of jewelers are getting close to retiring age, and they went through school or apprenticeships 30 or 40 years ago. And after that, I guess there was a dip in interest in learning the trade. My class was very small at the jewelry school that I went to, and they used to have 30 or 40 benches with the waiting list behind that of 20 or 30 people, and every semester they'd be turning out 30 plus jewelers ready to work. So that you just don't have that anymore. The schools are more artisan focused, or small scale classes, and the school that I went to, TIJT, it just doesn't have the volume of students looking to do the work. So those couple of factors are kind of coming to a head for a lot of store owners. They need talent because theirs that they've had for years are aging out and retiring. But the hiring pool is very small. Um, so if you're looking to join the industry at any point, now would kind of be a good time. Learn the trade either through a school or through an apprenticeship, and get out there, because there will be a need for jewelers. Um, AI and automation are going to solve some problems as far as manufacturing goes. It's going to be a while before there's no filigree, but the basket that you have to cut into, and it'll be a while before they can you can just manufacture with a machine a piece of jewelry. And then when it comes to stone setting, it'll be a little while after that before a machine can do that kind of work with consistent or on a consistent basis. It's a very visual and situational and I'm at a loss for words there, but you don't want a machine to take grandma's emerald from the 1940s. Well, okay, I'll phrase it this way. It'll be a while before we can trust a machine to take something like that is of sentimental value and put it effectively and quickly and accurately into a mounting, because every stone is different. You might be able to take a 3D model, make a 3D image of the stone, and CAD a piece for it, but when it comes time to actually set that stone, I think it will fall on human hands, mainly because of dexterity. Like, we can do things machines can't quicker and faster when it comes to working with our hands, because a machine is typically made to do one process, and we can go from process to process to process to process really quickly, cut to cut to cut different ways, and you don't have to make major changes on the machine to make that or fit that particular process. My opinion, I could be very wrong about this. Man, they could have a machine out there that does it already, and I don't know, but I think it'll be a little while before that gets replaced. So there is a need for talent, for jewelers. So if you're watching this and you're thinking about going to school for it, or learning how to do this, there are resources out there. You don't have to pay anyone to do it, but you're going to have to spend a lot of time doing it. So, little bit of of inside baseball, right? Okay, so this piece, we're going to take it into the sonic. We're going to clean it up. While we're doing that, I'm going to grab those earrings from before. We're going to polish them, and we'll have 3 things that we can plate. And I do believe I've got my setup here. Yep, my camera here set up so I can go through the plating process real quick with a couple of these, and just to demonstrate. And those are ready, and then we can work on. It's 5:02. We've been going for 3 hours now. I can split those platinum bands, and we may call it a little bit early today. We'll shoot for 6 o'clock, I think. I don't know if I'm gonna shoot. I'm gonna go all the way for a 5-hour stream. My voice is really. I'm really losing it here. James asks, do you do family customs? Absolutely. Thank you for asking. If you like any of the pieces you see here, you can contact me at dml@jacksonfamilyjewels.com. I can do pretty much anything but cast pieces here. I can do some custom work, working on getting the casting stuff together, but that's a project for another time. I do want to move in that direction. Now, Can I do custom pieces? Absolutely. There are plenty of ways we can work that out. Contact me, dml@jacksonfamilyjewels.com. I would be absolutely thrilled to do some work for anyone that wants it. The holidays are coming up. If you want, say, stud earrings, if you want, say, heck, you name it, we can make it happen. Contact me. We'll work out the details. I would love to do a piece for anybody who watches the show. So reach out to me there. dml@jacksonfamilyjewels.com. I'll put that back up on screen. dml@jacksonfamilyjewels.com. All right. And thank you for asking. Yeah. All right. Yep. That chat is not popping up on my restream, so glad I popped in for that. Let's go back here. Okay. All right. This is going in the cleaner real quick. Steam off our earrings. We'll give them a quick polish and make the adjustments on those. Right. We're going to keep on working. All right, we're going to give these dangle earrings a quick polish. After I adjust the lever backs here, now here's what I see. So you can kind of see it here. I'm going to have to focus in on it. Okay, so it looks like probably in shipping that these got a little bent out of whack. So we're going to flatten that out. We need to give that a good little torque. These are my parallels here. First, I'm going to straighten the post so that that's vertically in line. The rest of the post, we'll use our camera here. If I can look straight down that hook, see that that lines up. Then I'm going to make the adjustment down here to bring that back in line with our lever. Pull our lever back. almost there. Just about. Looks like our lever might have got a little out of whack too. Just the end of it. Gotta be kind of careful with these. Alright, there we go. Fix. And fixed. So, open. Oh! Fell a little bit off. Open and closed. Okay. Alright. Oh, real quick, James, let me revisit that, if you're still watching here. I hope you are. Oh, the Protranics. I know you. Thank you for reaching out to me. I can do just about anything that you can get if you walk into a store and want something custom. Most stores will be ordering from the same catalog that anyone else would. And a lot of stores, when they say custom, they mean we're going to take pieces, we're going to put them together, and then finish it out. Now, in my world, when I hear custom, what I think is we're going to design a piece in CAD, with a computer-aided design tool. We're going to 3D model that piece. We're going to 3D print that piece. We're going to cast it. And we're going to have a complete custom piece that nobody else in the world's going to have. Going to get there eventually. That is on the agenda. Because I do have experience with that, and I've got the knowledge to make that happen. Now, what a lot of jewelers will do is they'll call custom. Okay, we're going to take this ring, we're going to put this halo on it that comes pre-cast from manufacturer, and then we're going to set it with the stones that you want. We're going to put the stone you want in it. And to them, that is what they can offer as custom. Or they reach out to a casting house, and they say, okay, we have this design, cast it, bring it back. We're going to call it our custom piece. So they might have a catalog of digital designs. They can make adjustments to it for the size of the stone, and then that casting house will cast it, finish it, maybe even set the stones for them, send it to the jeweler, and they set the center stone. So if you have something in mind that you want, I can do it. Now, I may take some other process, but what you won't have to do if you contact me and you go through me is pay for somebody else's overhead. I'm running a little shop in my garage, but I can order from the same people that those name brand stores can, and deliver it with my attention to detail that they probably won't. So contact me one more time. DML@jacksonfamilyjewels.com. Not only will I be able to deliver what you want, we'll work out the details on it. I can deliver what you want, but I'll also be able to do it at a better rate than a lot of people, because you're not paying for my store. my fancy jewelry store and all my employees. No, it's just me. I'll be doing the work, and I can cut you a deal that others probably can't. Anyway, DML@jacksonfamilyjewels.com. All right. Got to make some adjustments on this other one. We'll do that real quick. Then we'll polish these guys up, and they are done. These didn't quite get so far out of whack. I'm going to do is gently bend that down. I want to make sure they're uniform with each other. Yep, it looks like that just got bent down a little bit. Okay. Okay. I like leverbacks, but they are kind of flimsy. You have to be very careful with them. So if you wear the jewelry, make sure you're careful with little pieces like this, because they can get bent. And sometimes they can get bent to the point where you can't fix them, and you have to replace it. Or make some repairs. Okay, let's do a quick polish on those. Oops. Alright, making sure these prongs get nice and polished. Most of the time I polish them bottom to top. This can be a little bit of a challenge to hold the lever back while I'm turning and hitting all the different spots on this. This one's got a little bit of a dip in it. Had an idea the other day. I think I'm gonna move forward with it. For anybody who's watching and you're here really early. I want to grow this channel, and I think one thing I'm gonna do to do that, we're gonna have a little giveaway. I'm not gonna talk about details yet, but I think, because I'm shooting for 100 subscribers right now, we're going to do a little giveaway for the people who were here first. So I'm thinking I might give something away. Jewelry. Or have a drawing for those people who are here, my earliest subscribers. Like I said, I haven't figured out how I'm gonna do that exactly, but details will follow. I'm not gonna tell you what the prize is gonna be, but details will follow. Let's just say it'll be worth clicking a button. For sure, to enter the contest here. So one more time, just more details to follow, but stay tuned. We'll have a giveaway to kind of promote the growth of the channel here. I'd like I said, I'm shooting for 100 subscribers. I want 1 million, but I gotta have 100 first. I think it's Zuby Music that had a song. I want I want a billion. I want a billion fans, but I gotta get a million first. Alright, just lightly touching these up. I don't want to take a wheel to them or a coupler to them because I know these prongs are kind of short and they've been worn before, so we're going to retain as much metal as possible. Now we got to get that shiny, but we want to retain as much metal as possible on those prongs. Alright. Whoa. Yep. Alright. Gotta be real careful polishing these lever backs because they are thin. And all we're gonna do is lightly brush along those wires. Along the sides. Oh, there we go. It just rips that right out. We're going to be real careful here. We want to make sure we got all those dings and dents out of the lever. All right. Okay. That guy's polished and clean. Looks good from the top. One little spot I need to get. Frame rate dropped out. I wonder if it's a little cloudy out now. Or the bit rate, rather. So I pre-shaped those with file. I don't want to take much more metal off, so I'm just going to use the polish. It's kind of a... It's not an aggressive polish, but it's a little more aggressive than a rouge. I can do a little shaping with the brush here, make those look fine. I think we'll hold off doing the rhodium plating on these until I have a few more, so we can get them all batched out together. 5:30. Nearly 5:30. We'll talk about splitting those, that wedding set next, and then probably wrap it up around 6 o'clock. Unless we just get a torrent of questions. All right. Okay. And those guys are finished. All they need is a little clean and a rhodium plating. And they are fit for anybody's ears. Now, if you like any of the pieces that you see on here, they're just about everything we work on is for sale. You can contact me at dml@jacksonfamilyjewels.com. You won't find those on my website, jacksonfamilyjewels.com. We have to, well, yeah, we'll work it out. So if you if you see anything you like these earrings, and you just have to have them, I can make it happen. Contact me, dml@jacksonfamilyjewels.com. All right. Okay, throwing these in the cleaner. All right, let's take a quick look at that wedding set and see what we need to do here. Or let's take a quick gander at one that's coming up. We'll probably work on it tomorrow. This is... This is a channel set band. It's got diamonds in here. It's got little baguette diamonds on the sides. A neat design, but what they didn't do well is align the stones. So if you can look down the side of this, you'll see that everything seems to have a different direction to it. So, I'm going to take a gander here. So what we're going to do is I'm going to try to magic these stones into the right spot. When I say magic, it's going to take a prayer and a miracle probably to make that work. But we'll give it a shot. Baguettes are kind of loose, so we'll shift them into place and tighten them up. These stones are loose, so we will shift it in place and tighten it up. The center stone looks like it's kind of loose, but it's at least centered, so unlike these guys. So we're going to try to find a good balance, make all of this look straight and level and like it's supposed to be there. We'll work on that tomorrow. Tighten all these stones. You can kind of see that the band has a little bit of a curve to it. We'll flatten that off. Probably a little bit warped. That could be contributing to the look of the ring here, but yeah. So somebody's probably been wearing this for a very long time, and they want it to look better. So we're going to make it look better. And we'll get to that tomorrow. Okay. Now we had our platinum wedding set with the Princess Center, and what we're going to do is separate them. Now, a couple of ways we can go about that. It kind of depends on what they used to solder them. A lot of jewelers, even though this is platinum, would take 14 or even 10 karat repair or easy solder or hard solder even, and solder those together because they just don't want to deal with platinum. So I kind of think that's what happened here. I'm going to give this a scratch and just look at the color of the metal. I can't test it to tell for sure, especially in such a tight little spot, but I may be able to go about this in a couple different ways. So that feels like it might be platinum. So if they used a platinum solder, it's usually a slightly different color than platinum. We're going to have to heat this up pretty good if I were to unsolder those, which I can. We can do that. Or I can take a thin saw blade and split them that way. So those are the two ways I would go about cutting them, because the solder line there is kind of thick. If we look at our saw blade here, it would be running about as thick as the place where it's soldered. So we might go about it, just cut these apart. I'm going to drag my saw here. See if this starts turning colors on me. If it starts turning yellow, then I'll know that they used gold solder. It does not appear that they did. So, I will probably not opt to heat these up, because you have to get platinum hot enough that you can oxidize your diamonds. We'll talk about that. We're going to do a platinum solder tomorrow. You can burn a diamond. That may come as a shock to anybody who hasn't encountered such before, but you can burn them. They will ignite. It is just carbon, after all. Carbon in a very particular lattice. Okay, so I'm probably going to split those with the saw. Let's go about it that way. Alright. I'm going to just carefully start soldering here. I'm not going to go too deep, too fast. I want to retain as much metal as possible on these. I'm going to do a little bit at a time here. Let's take a quick look on the inside. It's a little hard to tell. Yeah. That appears to be platinum. So I think I'm going about it the right way. Let's cut this in half. We'll cut it down the middle. So I guess the customer here would want to wear these as two separate pieces, but they've had them soldered together before. We're just going to split them apart. And go very slow with this. Maintaining our line here. looking for is to break through the surface on the inside. And follow that along. That way we don't cut this any more than we have to. I'm almost there. Need a hair more light. I'm going to bring some light in from above. All right. Cards All Day says, gorgeous ring, Jeremy. Thank you. I take it you're probably talking about that tanzanite. Yeah, it is a really pretty stone, pretty ring. Okay, we're starting to make progress here. Once I've broken through, it's easier to follow all the way around. There we go. I'll make sure we don't take too much off of any of these. Cut enough to separate. Turn this over and come the other direction just to make sure we follow our line here. It's very easy with a very tiny jeweler's saw blade to go in all different directions. We're almost there. Got that started pretty well. We are nearly there, so we might be able to give this a little tap and break them apart. Maybe we shouldn't take that chance just yet. Break through. So one thing about platinum, platinum's a very heavy metal, but or heavy weight-wise, but it's also very soft, malleable. But polishing it can be kind of like polishing sand. As you put pressure on the piece, all those little platinum molecules and atoms will kind of roll along the surface, and you can, well, let's just say platinum likes to mush. That presents a bunch of challenges for the jeweler working with it, because you have to polish it in a number of stages. Make sure you get a good shine on it. It's hard, but it's soft. Hard. It's a conundrum, or a how do I want to put this? It's a paradox. There you go. That's the proper word for it. It is both hard and soft. It is easy to bend, moves around really easily, but as far as the surface of platinum goes, it is very, very hard. Hard to scratch. When you do put a scratch in it, it tends to stay. So it's an unusual metal for jewelry, but it shines extremely well. It feels like it has weight to it, which it does. It has a much higher specific gravity than gold. A lot of people will be like, oh, why is that platinum ring so much more expensive? But platinum as a metal doesn't seem to be as expensive as gold. Well, your answer is specific gravity. It takes a lot more weight to make the same volume. So a ring in exactly the same volume of platinum as it is gold will weigh considerably heavier. As a stone setter, I love platinum. As a goldsmith jeweler, I loathe platinum because of its difficulty in polishing, because of its difficulty. You have to heat it up to, in casting, like 3,300 degrees Fahrenheit to get it to flow. Now, to get it to solder, you still have to heat it up to like 1,700 degrees Fahrenheit for the repair solder. And when you get to plumb solder, which means it's going to be essentially the same percentage of gold as your platinum piece, you have to solder in the range of like, shoot, I couldn't even give you the number. Let's consult the Google. Yeah. Yeah, platinum repair solder even, you have to get to 1,200 or 1,000 to 1,700 degrees Celsius, not Fahrenheit. And now, it's about 3,300 for casting, but that's melting temperature. Okay. Melting temperature of pure platinum is 1769 Celsius. Let's do that to Fahrenheit. 1769. That's pure platinum. 3,200 degrees. Now, alloyed, it's going to be a little bit different than that, but geez, yeah. So when you go to heat platinum, it gets so hot that it will burn your retinas, and I'll show you how we mitigate that when we when I do the platinum sizing tomorrow. Today, all we're doing is splitting it. We've got it cut through almost all the way. Just got a little bit more, and these guys will fall right apart. And make sure I'm holding it safely when that happens, because these saw blades will cut right through skin like it's nothing. Believe me, I know. I've been fortunate enough not to cut myself to the bone yet with this, but some of my colleagues and fellow students were not so fortunate. Alright, that is just about there. Whoops. All right. Just a little bit more to cut here. These will fall right apart. So these are no, it's not the most exciting piece to work on, but it is something that people want. So I am here to show you what we do in the jewelry industry, even if it's just little things like this. That's pretty close to coming apart. I'm going to take it nice and slow. I would like to keep all my fingers. We're taking just a very minimal amount of the sides of these rings off as we do this. It's just a fact of the matter. It's got to be done. We could have gone about it by unsoldering it, but then we're taking a chance because these stones go down the shank a little bit. We don't want to burn those up. Alright, these may twist apart. Yep, there we go. Alright, so we got it separated, and now they come right apart. So what I'll do from here is I will go through a number of stages of sanding. We'll go from like an 800 grit, maybe a 400 grit on this one. A 400 grit to an 800 grit to a 1000 grit to a 1200 grit to a 2000 grit, and then 2500 and 3000. And why do I need to go through all that work for why can't I just jump to the smoother grits and polish that off? Well, platinum, if you put a scratch in it with, say, a 400 grit paper, those lines are deeper than they look. So sandpaper is just sand collected on or sand, or in this case maybe a corundum powder or aluminosilicate powder, and as you're running across that, it's basically putting gouges in for each of those sand particles. You're gouging that metal. So if we do that with, say, a 400 grit, and then we go over that with a 3000 grit, I could take that 3000 grit on gold and work it, and probably get all of those scratches from the 400 grit out. Platinum's not the same. when I'm working on that 3000 grit and sanding, because of the way that metal kind of smushes and moves, I'm likely to fold metal over those lines, and then it becomes a void that, as you polish, will never go away until you get down even further. And it can also, or it would take you weeks of sanding with a 3000 grit paper to get down to where the bottom of those 400 grit scratches are. So we're going to take it down in stages, 400, 800, etc. On the sides here, we're going to take it all the way up to a 3000 grit polish or finish, and then we're going to finish that off with 2, maybe 3 stages of polish, because you have to give platinum its due. It takes the time, but it's worth it. Once we're finished, we'll have a flat, smooth, polished surface that will stay polished for a very long time. It will be mirror finish at that point. Gold's a little easier, but if you can do platinum. All right. 6 o'clock, I think we're going to call it there. My voice is done. Absolutely done. So thank you for sticking with me on that. We're going to have a stream tomorrow. It's starting at 2 o'clock again. Tomorrow we'll try to run to 7. More than likely we'll run to 7 tomorrow. We've got finishing the platinum engagement set. We've got resetting those stones in the channels. We've got the platinum sizing, and we've got a really big opal pendant. I'm going to tease that one. Hopefully people are still sticking around watching. I'm going to tease that one. It is a huge opal. It is synthetic, but it doesn't look like it. It's a good color. It's going in a very large pendant mounting. So stay tuned. We'll get there. That's going to be my tease for tomorrow. So, we will clean off and rhodium plate the pieces that we did today, and then we've got a couple more that I want to get finished tomorrow. Probably move through them pretty quickly, so stay tuned. All right, with that, I think we'll leave it there. My name is Jeremy Jackson. Thank you for joining us. This has been Drip Made Live.